Look, Renan's soldiers.
Do the Renans control this city? I've never seen so many of them in one place before.
No. Look at the cores on them. These people are all Dahnans. They're slaves.
If they are, they're awfully well dressed.
And they're smiling, too. Something weird's going on here.
Forgive the intrusion, but if I'm not mistaken, you're newcomers to Elda Menencia, yes? Please, you have no reason to be alarmed. My name is Drashin. I work at the Department for Welfare.
Department for Welfare?
We work to support the day-to-day living of all citizens. Welcoming newcomers to the realm is a part of our job, albeit one we rarely have the pleasure to perform.
Let me guess. We get a free pair of shackles as a welcome gift.
Perish the thought! Your trepidation is perfectly understandable, but I assure you, our way is quite different. In the past, this realm was no different from any other, and run by a rather merciless ruler. But all of that changed once His Excellency, Lord Dohalim, assumed power 7 years ago.
Dohalim.
Under him, for the first time in our lives, we Dahnans were treated with the respect we deserve. Lord Dohalim is adored by Dahnans throughout the realm, and we serve him with gladness.
Am I hearing you right? The Dahnans here willingly serve a Renan lord?
Please, see for yourself. You're free to go anywhere you like. Just ask if you should need anything.
What is it? Spit it out.
It's just, we came here to free everyone.
Uh-huh.
But the Dahnans of this realm are all happy to serve Dohalim. Are there any walls that even need tearing down?
Who cares? That just makes our path to Dohalim that much clearer.
I guess, but...
Still, Drashin said we should check things out for ourselves. Maybe we should look around a bit, see what we learn.
Everyone is all smiles.
I've never seen a city so lively before. Huh? I think someone's calling out for us.
They could have something they need from us. Right.
That can't be.
How's this?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Hey!
Zugelfangs would make great weapons.
You need to stop this fixation with weapons.
But you're the same way about food. Are you planning to stop that? Everyone walking the streets looks so calm and happy. I guess it really is true they don't treat Dahnans as slaves here.
Did they actually somehow achieve equality here? And if they did, why? To what end?
Something here doesn't feel right, even though they sure want to act like it does.
What is going through that Lord Dohalim's mind, I wonder?
What is this? Look, Hoodle! One of your buddies!
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads. Hey, that looks pretty good.
I always love the sound of hammers banging away. I guess.
Sure. Sure.
Okay! Huh? All right.
Hey!
think there's someone in trouble here.
Well, let's see what they have to say. What's wrong?
Yes! Ah! How?
Huh? Hey!
Right.
Nice work.
Right.
No way.
I don't believe this.
Great!
Very nice. What?
I guess...
Law.
Yeah! Whoa! Is that... Oh, this is bad. Real bad.
Ah!
Just great.
Yes!
Man, that was amazing! No wonder the old man was so gung-ho about it.
See? What did I tell you?
Shion, you've got sauce on your face.
I still can't believe I'm seeing Dahnans and Renans getting along.
You never know. It could all be an act on orders from the Renans.
To what end? It would be an incredible amount of effort just to fool us.
Let's check out more of the city. There's probably places we haven't seen yet. So these are the training grounds. The atmosphere here feels different compared to the rest of Vicent.
It's just a nicer name for a place where people go to fight.
So, it's still a good way for us to test our strength. Stop sweating the small stuff.
Here goes! I'm not done! Severing wind! You're mine! This one's gonna be tough! Try harder! Now! Wind! Here I come! Mirage! Take this! Take this! Be still! Rising Falcon! Take this! You're finished! Try harder! Not a chance! I'm not done! Here I come! Here I come! Not a chance! Strike! Wind! You're mine! Mirage! Dazzle! You're finished! Rising Falcon! Here I kiss on! Severing wind! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Come one, come all! No escape! You picked the wrong fight! You're mine! Sword Lane Alpha! It's over! Be still! Rising... Win! Rising Falcon! Try harder! My turn! Strike! Mirage! Take this! Sword Lane Alpha! Try harder! My turn! Win! Here I come! Rising... Here I come! This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight! Take this! Here I come! Mirage! It's over! Sword Lane Alpha! Sword Lane Alpha! Rising Falcon! No escape! Severing wind! You're mine! You're finished! Rising... Try harder! Now! Take this! It's on! Take it! You're finished! I can't move!
They got me flanked! Let him handle it. That's my cue.
All yours. Shut him down.
Here I come! You're finished!
Sweet dreams by the power of water.
You're most comfortable at a range, aren't you?
I'm not really built for close quarters combat.
Nor am I. Don't worry, I'll help you keep a wide zone.
Lightning orb! Hey, that... Lightning condemned!
You're mine!
Do it!
Severing wind!
Lightning
Here
condemned!
I come!
This has got your name on him!
I'm only getting lightning! Enough ammo!
Eat this! That's enough!
Dragon!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Vanquish darkness!
Here I come!
Eat this!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Whirlwind snap!
Divine! Do it!
Tectonic punch! Here I go! Severing wind! Take it!
Dance in the wind!
Mirage!
Seal! Get on there with
Helmet Storm!
Take
Take it! I'm not done!
Reload!
You're
Cover
finished!
the casters! Here's a healing arm!
Smash you!
Here's a aid!
Take it!
Flame of
You're
fury!
finished!
Burning strike!
Sword Rain
Here I
Alpha!
go! Alright! Sleep now! I'll be saving this one! Up and at 'em!
Take this! Crush! Sword Rain Alpha! Wind! Here I come!
Whirlwind snap! Here's a healing arm! Dance in the wind! Air
You're mine! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down! Here's a healing arm!
So those are Dahna astral arts.
Something you want to say?
Not so long as you keep them pointed toward the enemy.
Here, let me help.
You're mine! You're finished! Sword Rain Alpha!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Here's a healing arm! First
There
aid!
you go!
Lightning orb!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Lightning orb! Dance in the wind! First aid! This is flame of fury!
Take it!
Strike!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Hear my call!
Blow it!
Here's a healing arm!
Sword Rain Alpha!
I'll tear you apart!
Here I come! Mirage!
Flame of
You're
fury!
mine!
Burning
It's over! I'm on it!
Hear my call! Blood!
We've reached our destination.
We finally made it. I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now.
I think there's someone in trouble here.
Well, let's see what they have to say.
Hey!
What's wrong?
Why is this happening?
Huh?
Damn it.
I guess. Got it.
What the?
Yeah. Do Zeugles just go after anything that looks remotely like farm equipment?
Beats me. Let's just focus on ensuring they don't make matters any worse.
By the way, why do you keep looking over yourself?
Huh? Oh, no reason. Don't worry about it.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Face me!
In here! Let's get you all tucked away!
You're mine!
Sever into duel of the arts!
Try harder!
Flying free! Why can't they just sit still?
Seal, can you take care of them?
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arc!
Take this!
First aid!
Okay.
Crumble! Wind
You're
and
mine!
Elemental! Photon blast!
You're mine!
I'm just getting started.
Downfall! Now! I'm all stopped up!
First strike! Here I come!
Wild blast! Here's
You're mine!
Spread!
You're mine!
My astral energy! Burning strike! I'm ready for the next battle. There's the Zoogle we were asked to handle. This will be a delicious piece of cake! You gotta jump for cover, okay? Lightning
Take this!
Nice job!
Leave it all to love.
Hey, I'm here too, you know.
Well, someone seems in tip-top form.
Nothing new about that.
And still as humble as ever.
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade! See that?
That training's paying off! You're mine! Here I come! It's over!
Burning orb!
It's over!
I'm on a roll now!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Strike!
Light astral
Sword Lane out! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Like we're gonna lose to small fry.
Is that the Zoogle we're looking for?
This will be a delicious piece of cake!
Win!
Wind astral energy! Dance in the wind! Feel!
It's
Here's a
over!
healing arc! Saving this way! You got company!
Take this!
Light astral energy!
got fire!
I've got this! Let him lead the enemy arc to me!
Great!
All yours!
Milky Place here!
Take this! It's over!
Wind astral energy! Up and out! Let's go!
You're mine!
Wind astral energy!
The tide of battle has turned.
That's the power of comrades in arms.
Right. Comrades in arms.
What? Too sentimental?
Here I come!
Okay,
Wind
here I go.
astral energy! Up and out! Let's go!
Move it! Get rid of it!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Not a chance! I'm not done!
Talon Hurricane!
Spread!
That extra training paid off.
This might go well in that new recipe.
Can't wait to see what you make.
You're the one making it.
I won't forgive you! There! Confiscated! I'm on it! I'm only getting started!
Win!
Try this on for size!
Here I come! Rising Sun!
What's this?
You're mine!
Leave now!
It's over!
I'll be saving you!
I'm out. We're thinning them out.
Please, more like me.
I'll admit I'm impressed. Very slow.
Sword Lane Alpha! Coming through! shark! Lightning Tiger Blade!
See that?
That training's paying off!
Talon Hurricane! Air thrust!
Any injuries?
We've got all the ingredients for that recipe now.
Great. I'll let you cook then.
Wait, what?
That looks like the Zoogle we were told about. Out of our way!
Dance in the wind! In here! Eat this! This'll come in handy! Raging cascade! By the power of water!
It's
I'll
over!
be saving this one! Blah, blah, blah,
Hurricane!
Sword
Lane Alpha!
More for the stockpile! Light astral energy!
Astral what?
That's my cue!
You picked the wrong fight! Shut him down! Take this! Do it!
Sweet
Come on!
astral energy!
Say no more!
That's the last of the Zoogles that were ruining the farm equipment.
Yeah. Thank goodness.
I mean, hey, I get the feeling. But were you really that worried about us winning?
Oh, no. Of course not.
Huh?
You sure showed them.
All in a day's work. Okay!
Yeah.
You did it! Yeah!
All right.
Well...
I guess...
Ugh.
Really?
safe to rest here now.
My dad's working in the quarry today. So's mine. I'm gonna help him when I grow up.
Looks like Dahnans are working in the quarry.
Let's go check it out.
So, do any of you know anything about Lord Dohalim?
I think I remember hearing something back in Sislodan about how he fights using a rod.
A rod?
I don't know the details, but from what I gather, he swings a long rod around and uses it to stab and smack people from afar. I think there's also something he does with, like, trees or grass or something? I forget.
Grass?
Bear in mind that Eldamenencia harvests Earth astral energy. It would be no surprise for him to have some sort of control over plants.
So basically the point is we know nothing about the guy. Wish we weren't going in completely blind.
Stay sharp. We're going in.
I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well today. Could I please take the day off?
Oh, that's terrible. Rest up and try not to strain yourself. I'll let the others know.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Everybody seems so happy working here.
And it seems like the soldiers are there to actually protect them rather than keep an eye on them.
I don't get it. How can it be like this?
Halt! I presume you're Alphen, of Orbis Calaglia? I'm Captain Kisara of the Eldemenencia Guard.
Just Kisara? No last name would make you a Dahnan.
So it does. Is that a problem?
The guard. Wait, so you're saying the Lord of Eldemenencia has Dahnans protecting him?
In this country, Dahnan guardsmen aren't unusual. Everyone who enlists does so of their own free will.
She sounds like she's serious, Alphen.
That makes no sense. Don't your people remember 7 years ago?
Wouldn't you be grateful if you were finally allowed to live as a free person? And for my part, there is no greater honor than being chosen to serve His Excellency, Lord Dohalim. I feel no shame. But all of that aside, I came seeking you, Alphen, at Lord Dohalim's behest. He wishes an audience with you.
With us?
Indeed. He awaits you at Autolina Palace. That is, if you choose to accept. I am here only as a messenger, not a kidnapper. Your reply?
All right. We'll meet your lord.
Very well. I shall return and deliver your acceptance. Please don't keep him waiting too long.
Before you go, what lies beyond this point?
A quarry manned by Dahnan laborers.
Nothing else?
There's a Dahnan medical facility for the severely ill at the back. However, for sanitation reasons, it's kept off limits, even to guardsmen.
That was odd. Why do you think this Dohalim would want to see us?
It's probably a trap.
Still, they already know we're here. Not like we can start being stealthy now. We might as well listen to what he has to say.
Hey, are you sure about going? What if it's a trap?
That's no reason to back out now.
Law's right. I get your concern, but we should buckle down.
That Kisara woman. She sounded pretty smug about serving Dohalim, didn't she?
She still has a run-in for a boss. How is that any different from being a slave?
Renan society is a meritocracy. To us, it's seen as natural that those who sit at the top rule over the rest.
It's the same old wall as the rest of Dahna at the end of the day, just with a different coat of paint.
I guess it can change people's attitudes if they can at least serve someone they respect.
But they're still being deceived. It's obvious that's what's happening.
On the one hand, her loyalty really did seem to be genuine. But on the other hand, Calaglia had its fair share of Dahnans who just accepted Renan rule because it was all they'd ever known. With that in mind, it can be hard to tell if her loyalty truly came about on its own, or if it's just the result of years of subjugation.
Who knows? It might clear some things up if we hear what Dohalim has to say.
Yeah, you're right. Let's make our way to the palace.
We should think about eating soon.
Really? I'm not all that hungry myself.
Don't make me say it again.
Yeah, good idea.
Whew. I don't sense any more enemies.
I just don't get it. The Dahnans have endured years of suffering. How could they just turn around and trust the Renans all of a sudden?
Yeah, I've been wondering the same thing. But I guess they must have a pretty good reason, right?
Like what? What could erase 300 years of pain and suffering?
Maybe it's precisely because they suffered for so long that they see Dohalim as something of a savior.
Hey, whose side are you on here, Alphen?
Relax, Rinwell. All I'm saying is that we shouldn't jump to assumptions about these people until we know more about the situation.
I just don't get it.
I guess that towering structure at the center is the palace.
You think it's dangerous to go inside?
It's not a question of danger. We're going inside regardless.
Hey!
Pretty fancy place they got here.
There's no way this isn't a trap.
Your guests, my lord.
Thank you, Kisara. You're the wielder of the blazing sword, the liberator of Calaglia. You do dress humbly for someone of such grandeur. But where are my manners? I am the ruler of Elda Menencia. I'm Lord Dohalim Ilkaris.
If you know who we are, then you know how strange it is to invite us into your palace.
I thought I'd clear up your misconceptions before things could escalate. What do you say? You did come here to defeat me, did you not?
Perhaps, and what if we did? Are you planning to fight us here?
I don't think that will be necessary. After all, I imagine you've taken in a fair amount of his scent by this point. Have you come across even one slave being abused? Soldiers killing for sport? Suffering of any form? I would hazard that you have not. For I have liberated Menencia from its suffering and brought joy to its people. But if these results are not enough to stay your sword... I commend you for your boldness, but it won't work on me. Still, your would-be assassination cannot go unpunished.
Alphen!
Fair enough. Allow me to host you for dinner. We shall continue our talk then. Kelzelik?
Yes, my lord.
Please escort our guests if you would be so kind.
As you wish, sire.
That's what you get for being so careless.
What I get? What were you thinking attacking him on your own?
What are you upset about? Our whole goal is supposed to be overthrowing the Lords. Remember?
He could have been hurt.
And it wouldn't have been the first time either. What's gotten into you?
Hey, you do know that Alphen is really just worried about you, right?
He's worried?
I mean, that's what it looked like to me. But maybe not.
It pains me to see that Renan cuisine isn't to your liking. I asked my chefs to prepare only the finest delicacies available. 2 wasted opportunities.
Why did you set the Dahnans here free when you took over?
But you are mistaken. You see, I may rule single-handedly, but on my own, even I cannot change the order of things. But what is within my power is the welfare of the people. The fostering of a mutual respect among the classes. This I can change.
Sounds a lot like the Dahnans are still oppressed, if you ask me.
Only in the sense they continue to serve as laborers, yes. However, I assure you they are fairly compensated for their efforts. This harmony we strive for is the current pinnacle of Renan-Dahnan coexistence.
Harmony and coexistence between the Renans and the Dahnans.
What about the crown contest? This doesn't exactly make you a shoo-in.
And yet, the Dahnans here are even more productive than when they used to face daily lashings. In any case, the crown contest is of little importance to me, and even less to Elda Menancia. You see, I have no interest in becoming sovereign.
Stop this! Please! It's over! Stop!
How could you? I swear, I'll never forgive you for this!
It is not by choice that one assumes the throne of a realm. But sovereign is a different matter entirely. I have no interest in playing their game.
Are you saying you'll withdraw from the contest?
I guess if you don't plan to ascend the throne, there's not much reason to harvest energy from Dahnans, is there?
Let the ambitious fight it out amongst themselves. All I care for is maintaining peace throughout my realm.
So what? Your personal desires are all that matter to you?
Take a look in the mirror. I may not play their games, but you have outright betrayed your own. You've torn down 2 of my fellow lords. What precisely is your aim? Spare me your answer. I care not for your reasons. Suffice it to say, I will not impede you. That said, should you threaten the peace of my realm, I will respond. I suggest you conclude your business and leave Menancia at your earliest convenience. Kelzelik. Our guests depart. Please see to their lodgings for the night.
I shall arrange for rooms for you all at a local inn. It is a short ways down the road. You may stay there for the night, after which I suggest you promptly make your departure.
Damn, look at how ritzy this place is. How many rooms do you think it's got?
Don't you think you're being a little too relaxed? They could strike at any moment.
If they were going to attack us, they would have done it already.
So you're the blazing sword of Calaglia now, huh? Come to think of it, I remember Ganabelt calling you that too.
Yeah, you're getting to be pretty famous among the lords.
Yeah, and that's not a good thing either.
What do you mean? That's something you should be proud of, if anything, Alphen. They're scared of you, man. You're a real badass.
It's not as simple as that, Law. The more well-known he is, the more people might come after him.
No, that's not what I'm worried about.
It isn't?
When people call me that, it feels like there's something hanging over me that shouldn't be there. It's hard to put into words, but it's something that doesn't feel like a part of me. Something I can't let be a part of me. Or else.
Well, I still think it's pretty amazing, but that's just me.
So what is Mahag Sar exactly?
One of the 5 realms of Dahna. From the sound of it, Kelzelik had some dealings with them.
afraid. Whoa! What is this place? The shelves here are filled with books! Not just Renan books either. There are tons of Dahnan ones too!
Rinwell, I get that you're excited, but we've got more important things to worry about right now.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry. What is this? friends, Hoodle? Look, Hoodle! One of your buddies! Do you really think we should trust accommodations from a Renan Lord? How do we know it's safe?
Like we have any other choice. We can't go and set up camp outside of town at this hour.
Honestly, I'd still take that over staying here. What if they try to kill us in our sleep?
I doubt that's the case. His best chance to kill us would have been back at the palace. His true intentions aside, for now, at least we're in his good books.
Then we probably shouldn't test his patience. Let's find that inn and check in.
Interesting. All we ever got was a tattered blanket, a rock-hard bed, and well past its prime food.
What are you talking about?
What we got for our slave labor back in Calaglia. As you can tell, it wasn't much at all. Here, the Dahnans get the same basic amenities, but the quality is way better than anything we were given. Hell, apparently they even get time off to do what they want. If I'm being honest, I'm not sure how to take all this in.
Could it be that things were simply harsher in Calaglia compared to everywhere else?
It was the same in Cislodia, too. Our buildings and clothing were equipped to handle the cold, but that was the only difference. Working the floodlights was a form of punishment, so we didn't really get rewarded for anything that we did.
Yeah, you could be assigned to fix food or make daily necessities too, but when all was said and done, most of that stuff went to the Renans. There wasn't much in the way of compensation for any of that, so I'd say that Cislodia and Calaglia were both pretty awful.
Then Elda really is unusual.
To say the least. Hell, I might even go so far as to call it crazy. But the fact remains, Dahnans aren't free here.
Yeah, no matter how happy they look, they're still slaves.
I don't even know what to think right now. This is all way too much to deal with. It's giving me a headache. So that was Lord Dohalim, huh? He sure is something. Definitely not like the other lords we've met up until now.
At first, he sounded like just some snobby royal, but he immediately shut down Shion's surprise attack. He's tougher than he looks.
Definitely. After all, he's a lord for a reason.
The food was pretty damn good, too.
Why are you two complimenting him? You just said it yourself, Alphen. He's a Renan lord.
Yeah, but he didn't act hostile towards us.
You're reading him wrong. He's acting indifferent. He's attempting to keep some distance between himself and everyone else. It's obvious.
What are we going to do then? Vicente seems to be legit peaceful. Are we just gonna do as he says and leave things be?
I'm not entirely sure. For now, I think it would be best for us to rest at the inn and think about our options. So even though the Dahnans are still technically slaves here, they aren't being oppressed. If Calaglia had been like this, would we have been content? Would there have been any reason to stand and fight? Let's head towards the inn.
Welcome, fair travelers. Lord Dohalim's retainer told us to expect you. It is an honor for you to stay with us. Please, make yourselves comfortable.
This is better than I expected.
Hmm?
The room. It's nice.
Huh? Oh, yeah. It is pretty nice.
You okay, La? You're a million miles away.
Nah, it's weird. I felt strange ever since we arrived here. Can't seem to shake it. Maybe it's something about this place.
You're just tired. I'm feeling pretty sluggish myself.
You too?
Seriously, you two? A word to the wise, our work here is far from over. Get yourselves together.
Sorry, but I need to call it a day. Let's meet back here tomorrow morning and see where things go from there. Sound good?
Sure, but keep an eye out for anything strange, okay? We still don't know how safe this place really is. Are you two feeling any better?
Yeah, a good night's sleep seems to have done the trick.
I wonder why we felt so out of it. You think it might have been because of all the food we ate?
You don't think they slipped something into our food, do you? That must be it.
If they were making an attempt on our lives, we'd know it by now. Though, on the other hand, they could be warning us off.
Come to think of it, you didn't eat anything at the meal, Rinwell. Aren't you starving?
Oh, I made myself something later.
You missed out. That was some mighty fancy grub they served yesterday.
What? And give the enemy a chance to poison me too? Are you crazy?
What's the big deal? Shion ate it too, remember? And we both tried the same stuff.
Well, maybe they laced it with poison that's only harmful to Dahnans,
That's enough, Rinwell.
A cat? Where'd it come from?
There's something on its collar. Hold on a sec.
I think it's trying to lead us somewhere.
I'm gonna follow it.
Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Stay close. We're gonna lose it.
What's gotten into you, Law?
This might be the lead we've been waiting for.
Seriously?
Yeah. Some people train animals to act as messengers. They don't attract attention, see?
And you think that someone might be using that cat? To reach out and send us a message or something?
I could be wrong, but it's possible.
I'm impressed. I would never have thought of that.
I should know. We used to use them in Cyslodia.
She's so adorable.
You say something?
So, that black cat, do you think it works for someone?
I'm sure it does. It wouldn't try to lead us around like that if somebody didn't train it to.
I wouldn't know. I've never had one myself. If I did, it'd probably try to eat poor Hootle.
I wonder who they are, though. I doubt this is Dohalim's work.
Yeah, he has no reason to do this. Although we can't rule out that it might be one of his lackeys either.
You think one of his subordinates is up to something?
That Dohalim guy is a pretty unusual character for a Renan, let alone for a lord. It's hard for me to imagine that they all agree with what he's doing. Maybe one of them plucked up the courage to go rogue.
Well, let's head further in. I'd like to figure out at least one of the mysteries of this place.
Where do you think it's trying to lead us?
Who knows? We should hurry. We don't want to lose it.
Whoever came up with this is pretty damn clever.
Yeah, it just looks like an ordinary cute cat.
We lost sight of the cat.
After the chase it's led us on, there's gotta be something up ahead.
Let's go farther in.
I get that underground forests aren't exactly something you see every day, but I really could have done without any Zeugles running around.
You said it. I get the city up top surrounded by castle walls, but now I won't be able to sleep easy knowing they're lurking underneath.
You have nothing to fear. Zeugles work for the Renans. There might be strays out here, but the other Zeugles won't let them get close.
Using Zeugles to keep watch over their own kind, huh? That would explain why we're not seeing any guards.
Yeah, which makes it that much easier for someone to hide around here, too.
Sorry, Shion. My foot slipped. Are you all right?
I should be asking you. What am I saying? Of course you're okay. It's easy to forget sometimes. If anybody else had been in your place, they'd be howling right about now.
Huh? Oh, right. You mean your thorns. Yeah, I'm, no worse for wear over here. Again, sorry for brushing you like that without warning.
Well, just be careful. Hey, Alphen?
Hmm?
Forget it. It's nothing. I'm sorry to bother you.
Oh, okay.
What's with those two?
Gotta break through! Take this!
Whatever you do, just stay away from the sword! Into the rage! You got company!
Severing wind! Here I come! Rising falcon! You're mine!
Do it! That's Astral energy!
Say no more! Shot!
Well done!
My turn! Taloned hurricane! You're finished! Glimmer dragon! Rising falcon! You're mine!
Do it! Lightning orb! Astral energy! Full throttle!
All aboard the victory train!
Overconfidence can bite you in the butt.
It's on! Dragon shout! Here I come! Wind! The armor won't save you! Get started! This one's all mine! Be still! Rising falcon! You're mine! Burn it down! Rip its hair! I'm not done!
Do it! Lightning possessed! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Do it! River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
We can really make weapons with this?
The reason the trees around here are so big is because of astral energy, right?
It's possible, but give them enough time and trees can get pretty big on their own without any extra help.
Whoa!
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Here I come! It's over!
Divine streak!
Watch it!
Here,
Take this! It's over!
Eagle Fly!
You're mine!
I'll tear you apart!
You're
Now
finished!
into the earth!
Rising Falcon!
Here,
Attack!
air thrust!
You're mine!
Eat this!
I'll run you through! Take this!
Do it!
You're through!
Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
Right, here goes! Take this! Hang on!
Pierce Evo!
You're
Wind
done!
Lancer!
Talon Storm!
This is Here, let me help!
Whirlwind Dash!
Wind Astral Energy!
Take
Whoa,
this!
hey, one at a time!
Talon Hurricane! I have no limits!
Glacial spear!
Severing wind! Take this! Wind!
Photon backward!
Astral Arts? Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Not a chance!
Lunar corruption!
No escape!
Lunar blast!
Wind!
Do it!
Like we're gonna lose to small fry.
You!
Take this! It's over!
Dragon Tail! I never miss!
Take this!
Water! Here we go! Cute stuff! But they're victims!
Flying freak! Why can't they just sit still?
Leave the enemy's arch!
Can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Here! Eat this!
Take this!
Oh! Now I'm real mad!
Divine!
You're finished!
I'll tear you apart!
Here's a healing arc!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! One deadly strike, just as ordered.
choice!
Ready!
You're mine!
There you apart!
Here, my turn!
In the wind!
You picked the wrong fight! Take this!
More for the
You're
top
finished!
by the power of hurricane!
You're mine! Win!
Lightning orb by the power of fire!
Take this! Beat this!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Hear me, flame of fury!
You're mine! I'm on it! Be still! Mirage! It's over!
Feel!
Rising Phoenix! Here I come!
Let me help!
You're finished!
First aid!
I owe you one.
Hold up. Is this as valuable as I think it is?
An opponent like this should be easy.
Flame of fire! Water, hear my call!
Here I come!
Spread! Retreat!
You're finished!
Cover the master! Here's a healing arm!
Try harder!
Not on my watch!
There you go.
Not
You're like
again!
me again.
Strike! Rising Phoenix! This one's all mine!
Watch it!
Sword Rain Alpha! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here,
My turn!
The picture of hell.
Strike!
First aid!
It's over! Be now! Take this!
Vanquish darkness!
Whirlwind snap!
Now
Sword Rain
in the
Alpha!
groove.
Dazzle!
We got the advantage.
Good. Now we just have to make sure we keep it.
Don't worry, because Raw's on.
None shall escape my judgment! Vanquish darkness!
Here I come! It's over! Win!
Here's a healing arm!
Try harder! Not again!
We're thinning them out.
We? More like me.
I'll admit I'm impressed. Very slight.
It's over! I'm not done!
Now!
Great!
What is this?
I won't forgive you!
You're mine! Not today!
Crumble!
Talon Storm!
Lightning
Here I
orb!
come!
Moving
Sword Rain Alpha!
Gemini Alpha!
Rising Falcon! Here I come! Try harder!
Light astral
Now!
energy!
You're mine! It's over! Severing Wing! Rising Falcon! You're... Strike! Storm!
Lightning orb!
You're mine!
Well, someone seems in tip-top form.
Nothing new about
You're
that.
mine!
And still as humble as ever.
Do it! Take this!
Lost!
Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang! I'm even stronger than before. It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Try hard! Come one, come all!
Eagle
Sword Rain
Fire!
Alpha!
Vanquish darkness!
Take this! It's over!
Confiscated!
Hurricane!
Now! Eagle Fire! Here I go!
I'm not done!
Dance in the wind!
We got the advantage.
Good. Now we
just have to make sure we keep it.
Don't worry, cause laws are.
It's on! Take this! No escape!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! One deadly strike, just as ordered. Everywhere you look, it's nothing but green, green, and more green.
Just like Calaglia. Rocks, rocks, and more rocks.
And Cyslodia. Snow, snow, and more snow.
Why are you talking funny?
Get lost!
I'm in! Loaded!
Not today!
Get you all tucked away. I got it.
You're repelled.
Here, let me help. First aid!
Come on! Swordling Alpha!
You see what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done
Any more
that.
of this and I'll burn out! We've turned the tables on!
There are still more left.
Right! No time to hold back!
I'm out of air thrust.
Severing wind! Mirage! You're finished! Take it!
Watch this.
Here I come!
Steering
Swordling Alpha!
There. Go.
Take
Do
it.
it. You're mine. Astral energy.
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
Now!
I can feel my precision improving.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch? It's crazy. I've never seen anything like these plants before. It's like they're an invasive species. Not that I'm surprised. Calaglia's all dry and Cyslodia is...
Watch out!
The hell? Is that a Zoogle?
That thing is huge! Everyone, be careful!
Why can't these dumb plants just keep to themselves?
Less whining and more fighting, thanks.
Yeah, I got you.
Watch. The enemy is over there.
I'm just getting
Take
started.
it! It's over!
Take this. One more
Try
time.
harder! It's over!
Roll now.
You're mine! It's over!
Glacial Divine. Here I come. Freeze Lancer.
Damn it! I can't get close enough to hit the main body.
Let's start by taking out the tentacles.
You're finished!
Streak. Here I go. You're mine.
Rising Falcon!
Dance in the
Here I
wind.
come.
Escape my
Here I
shut
come.
heel.
You're finished!
More for the stop
You're
sign.
mine!
Ray.
It's over!
This is it.
No escape!
There. Gravitational Master.
Try harder!
Gemini Alpha. Magic
Enough done! Try harder!
Crossblade. I'm on a roll! First aid!
So those are Dahna after all.
Something you want to say?
Not so long as you keep them pointed toward the enemy.
It's over!
Reload!
Take this! It's over!
They've got me in their sight.
Here I come! You're mine! It's over!
What's this?
Try harder! Not again!
Off my focus!
Divine streak!
Try harder! Not again!
On my watch!
Here I come!
Glacial spear! Dance in the wind! Air
This should do it!
Light astral raging cascade!
We got the advantage!
It's good!
Just have to make sure we keep it.
Don't worry, cause we're
Try
on.
harder! My turn! You picked the wrong fight!
Steel force!
Here I
More
come!
where that came from!
There you go.
Lightning condemned!
Feel like me again.
Lunar corruption!
No escape!
Water!
Lightning!
That's quite an enterprise! Sleep now! Power together! Here's a healing art! First aid! Darkness!
You're mine!
Talon hurricane!
Take this! You're finished! Rising Falcon! You're finished!
Light ash dance in the wind!
Take this! You're finished! Rising Falcon! You're mine!
Dance in the
Rising
wind!
Falcon!
Air thrust!
You're finished!
Here's a healing
Rising
art!
Falcon!
Dance in!
Here I
Air thrust!
Dragon!
I'll finish you here and
Thank
now.
you.
Be still! You're on!
By the power of water!
Dragon!
Let me help! Air thrust!
You're mine! You're finished!
Vanquish darkness! Gemini alpha!
Rip and tear! Here I come!
Dragon shell! This one's mine!
We got him on the run!
Don't get caught!
Right. Still anyone's fight.
Dance in the wind!
You're finished!
Air thrust! Rainbow time flash!
I'm not
Dance in
done.
the wind! Air thrust!
I can carve through armor.
You're mine!
Rip and tear.
Ignite!
Lightning! Vanquish darkness!
It's over!
I'm all
You're mine!
Magna ray! Gemini
Here I come!
alpha!
You're finished!
By the power
Let's tear him up.
It's over!
Glimmer dragon.
Here, let me help! Dance in the wind! First aid!
Freaking does it.
You're mine!
Lightning
You're
condemned!
finished!
Thunder blade!
Rip and tear! No! It can't end! Here!
Magna ray! Dance in the wind!
I'm on a roll now.
Magna ray! Air thrust! Light!
Everyone okay?
I'm starting to get that it's a trap feeling again, guys.
We'll just pray you're wrong. Hey, there's that cat.
Looks like it's not done leading us yet.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
The astral energy is surging around me.
How do you even know about all that astrally stuff?
Same way I know what you do in the middle of the night.
What? Are you serious?
Should we really be lighting a campfire in the middle of a forest?
You scared of starting a fire? As long as we put it out thoroughly afterwards, we'll be fine. Really, it's a good thing to have a fire here. It'll keep the Zoogles away.
Have you both forgotten what we've come out here to do?
I'll let them relax, Shion.
It's good to unwind every now and again.
If you say so.
I'll see you again tomorrow. Well, off we go.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster. Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
This had better not all be for nothing.
Somehow I doubt it'll be a wasted trip.
Really? Whatever you say, I guess. Let's follow.
You know, for a guard, you're not too good at tailing people. Not to brag, but this kind of thing is my specialty.
So it really is you. When Law told us, I almost didn't believe it.
I'm just surprised you could do two things at once, Law.
What's that supposed to mean?
It looks like somebody needs to be put in their place.
The one time I wanted to resolve things peacefully. What the hell? I thought you wanted us to leave!
You'll never make me talk!
Not helpful! In fact, you're pretty damn stubborn, you know that?
In here!
Smash you!
None shall escape my judgment!
Hurricane! It's over!
Alright, round and come!
All things you hear me now!
In here!
Talon Hurricane!
Into the fray! Lightning orb! Alright, it's showtime!
Meteor!
Searing flame! Lightning supernova!
show you how useful I can be!
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Now you see what I can do!
Here I go!
Be still! Be still! You're finished!
Back into the way!
That's freaking done it!
Let me help! First aid!
Glimmer Dragon!
Lightning orb!
Take this!
Hear my
Be
call!
still!
Dragon
Come
Shadow!
on!
Freaking done it!
Here's evil! Freeze it in the wind! Here, let me help!
There you are!
Raging cascade! Seal!
You're mine!
Blow away!
Be
Get
still!
on in there with the axe!
Mirage!
Lunar corruption!
Stay away from... I'm on it! Severing wing! Okay! All be still!
Here and now! Eat this! Shattering pieces!
Rising Wyvern!
Here's a heal.
Damn it! Only I'd been more careful.
Rising Wyvern! Rising You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
You see what happened there is you crossed me. Should have done that.
Round and pound.
Now you see what I can do.
Here's a healing art. Lightning orb. Raging cascade.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop me dying?
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Lunar corruption. Gemini aqua. Vanquish judgment. Dragon shadow ray. Igneous discharge. Divine strength.
Just this!
You're finished!
Gemini aqua. Hurricane. I'm all done.
Glimmer Dragon!
By the power of water. Here, let me help. They're not playing around. Divine Tiger Blade.
I'm on it!
None shall escape my judgment. Do not think again. Stand in the way. Reload.
Piercing roar!
It's over.
I'm on it! Shield my dad!
You paid for that!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
This should do it!
Resuscitation. Lightning raging cascade. First strike.
Piercing
Stand in the wind.
I'm on! Here I come! I'll ride you through it!
First strike!
Thunder field. Raging cascade. Time to shine. Field. Here's a healing art.
Eat this!
Destruction!
I'll smash you!
Lightning orb. Gemini aqua. Where that came from. In here. I never miss. Get on in there with the others.
Tiger
Here's a
Blade!
healing art. First aid.
Piercing roar!
We have the wind by the power of water. Let's get you out of the way.
I hope this thing is medically approved.
More where that came from.
Now you see what I can do!
Dragon show! Quite,
Take this!
Steel! More for the sun! Power of water! Alright! It's time! Water! Thunderblade! Hurricane! Mega Ray! Piercing roll! I'll be saving this! Piercing roll! Thunderblade!
Eat this! That freaking does it! I'm on it!
I'm not done!
Here's a healing art!
Shield
Heal!
What a leap!
I'll be saving this one!
Take this!
Hear me! Flame of fury!
You're mine!
Strike! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
What's your deal, huh? Did Dohalim put you up to this? You send us away and then come to finish us off? I don't buy it.
I wonder. We came here following a black cat. What reason could you have for tagging along? Certainly not as a spy.
You think she might have business with whoever called us out here?
And even if she did, I highly doubt she was trying to keep us from harm. Am I wrong? Just who was it that led us out here? Answer me.
Are you serious?
Hold your horses. I'm the one who summoned you all here. Well, maybe not all. Nice of you to drop by, Kisara. It's been a while.
You two know each other?
Hello, brother.
So, you're the big heroes who liberated Calaglia and Cislodia, huh? It's an honor to meet you all.
We didn't do it all on our own. We had a lot of support from others along the way.
So, wait, Kisara's your sister?
Yep, that she is. The only family I have left. She was the dreamer of the two of us, full of hope for the future of this realm, for both Dahnans and Renans alike.
For siblings, you two don't exactly look like you're on the best of terms.
That's because Miguel here is a traitor. Isn't that right? We were in the Guard together. That is, until he was caught plotting to assassinate His Excellency Lord Dohalim. He took off after that.
Is that true?
You still believe that's what happened?
I don't see why I shouldn't.
Even if the truth slapped you in the face, you'd reject it. Same as back then. Heck, even now I'm still working to serve Lord Dohalim.
More lies. You haven't changed.
Before Lord Dohalim came to power, this country was ruled by an oppressive regime. We lost both of our parents to it. Back in those days, there were countless Dahnan children who had been orphaned by the Renan's tyranny, just like us. So we formed our own families among ourselves and helped each other out, surviving as best we could. And then Lord Dohalim came along. He abolished the oppression that kept us down, and the Dahnans were treated like people again. Menancia was reborn under his watch, and orphaned children became a thing of the past.
If so, then why did you betray him?
I'm not done talking. I'm sure you know the Renans are trying to harvest astral energy from us Dahnans.
Yes. Shion here told me that's how they decide their next sovereign.
That's right. There are 5 types of astral energy: earth, water, fire, wind, and light. All of them are contained within every living being.
And that's the excuse they use to enslave us.
You ever wondered what happens to living beings and other matter when they lose all their astral energy?
They just die, or so I thought.
If only. See for yourselves.
What the... Is that metal?
Not metal, but to be honest, your guess is as good as mine. I believe it's... nothing. Matter with no physical form. Just a reminder of what was once there. They call it the hollowing.
The hollowing?
The process itself is invisible to the naked eye, but it makes the impacted area reflective. Once it consumes my whole body, that's it for me. I'm dead.
What? That can't... Miguel! When were you going to...
A sinister plot is unfolding as we speak. One Lord Dohalim is likely none the wiser to. It was blind luck I even found out about it. I tried to warn the man for all the good it did. Take a look at this. It's called the Fruit of Helgen. When a Dahnan eats this fruit, their body enters a heightened state, one that causes them to emit more astral energy than usual.
Hold on. Could this be the reason Alphen and Law were feeling out of sorts last night after we ate with Dohalim?
Sounds like you've been introduced to these things before. None too surprising either. Most of the realm's food supply contains traces of the fruit.
If that's what we ate, does that mean we'll become hollowed like your hand?
You don't need to worry. You'd have to consume a large amount of the fruit regularly to exhibit any symptoms.
But if that's the case, then why aren't I showing any symptoms? Why would you be inflicted and not me?
If I had to guess, because the guards' meals are free of it. Otherwise, they'd risk Lord Dohalim noticing. I tried to warn him, but all it got me was locked up. They force-fed me the fruit the entire time I was in chains. It's a miracle I made it out. They eventually left me for dead, thinking I would succumb to my condition. But I survived and managed to escape.
So the assassination plot, just a cover-up?
What?
Eventually, I found others like me, and together we founded the Gold Dust Cats. Our mission is to uncover the truth and warn Lord Dohalim. As you can see, though, we haven't gotten very far in that regard. But I'm hoping that's about to change, now you're here.
Which is all thanks to your faithful feline servant.
It was a shot in the dark, but fortunately you recognized her for what she was, and Zare accomplished her mission with flying colors.
So what's our plan of attack, boss?
One of the Lord's routine inspections of the city. It's the only time commoners can talk to him face to face. That's the idea, anyway. His security is bound to be on high alert, but with you lot along, it's the best chance we're going to get to approach him.
All right, we're in. But I have to know, how do you keep going with all you've been through? How have you not given up hope?
Hey, someone has to fight for the future of the Dahnans here.
The future?
Lord Dohalim may be a wonderful person, but in the end, he's still a lord like any other. And lords can be replaced. Once the current contest is over, the next lord of Elba Menancia will take over. Then it'll be back to square one for all of us. That's why it's imperative Lord Dohalim sees the light.
You really believe Dohalim is going to stick his neck out for a Dahnan like you?
Is it so impossible to imagine? Everything begins with a simple leap of faith.
Hmm?
Huh?
Right. Huh? Uh-huh. Can't sleep?
And you?
I woke up randomly and couldn't fall back asleep. I'll go back to bed once I get tired again.
How's your shoulder?
Huh? My shoulder? Oh, you mean where Dohalim smacked me? It feels a little off, but... it's fine. I'll manage.
Doesn't look like it's gotten much better. I'll give you some more healing. That should do the trick.
Hey, yeah, you're right. That feels much better. Thanks, Xion.
I've been thinking about what happened, and I was out of line. I know it takes more than a couple of bullets to bring down a lord.
Forget about it. It's fine now. We all got out of there safe, and now you've healed me up too. We're going to take down all the lords. That was the promise we made, right?
Yeah, I guess. But there was one other thing I wanted to ask you. Back at the palace, Law said you took that hit because you were worried about me. What was it you were worried about?
That's kinda hard to explain.
Just tell me.
Well, for one, if we lost you, I wouldn't be able to use the blazing sword anymore.
Obviously.
But more important than that, I guess I just couldn't let you die. Honestly, I think that's all there is to it.
There you go saying stuff like that again. You never learn, do you? But...
Anyway, it's necessary so we can fulfill our promise, right?
Right. Glad you remember that much.
You okay? Anyway, I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Sleep well. What am I doing?
I sent Kisara back to town under the cover of night.
You do realize that she was searching for you all this time, right?
I wonder why. She never could let things go, ever since we were kids. Maybe she was keeping an eye on you all because she thought you might cause trouble. I wouldn't be surprised.
Do we need to be worried about her? She could easily report us.
Even if we could have kept her here, it would have just raised more suspicion. Besides, I want to believe in her.
More leaps of faith, huh?
Once we make our move, I'll send Zare to come fetch you again. Until then, stay close and try not to wander off too far.
Guess we're waiting on word from Miguel for the time being.
Let's go out somewhere then. Twiddling my thumbs isn't my style.
I'm going with you if you are. If I let you people go unsupervised, you'd probably wind up too far out for Miguel's news to reach.
Oh, come on. We're not children.
How about you make like the rest of the city and play nice for once?
I know he said it's necessary, but are we sure Miguel's plan is a good idea?
I mean, just because we came expecting a fight doesn't mean we have to have one.
If Miguel is right about Dohalim, we may have no reason to fight. Dohalim may have found a way to build a future where Dahnans and Renans can live alongside each other in peace.
Yeah, I guess that may be true, but I'm still not sure about this. I just can't bring myself to trust a Renan. I really don't understand what's going through Miguel's head. And as for him and Kisara...
He said they were siblings, right? But things seemed kinda awkward between them. I was an only child, so I never had to deal with that kind of stuff.
Is their situation really that different from ours?
That's... I mean, I guess not, but...
The reality is that we don't know what's true and what isn't about Menancia yet. Until we know that for sure, let's not pass judgment one way or another, okay?
Yeah, okay. That's fair enough, I guess.
So let me ask you something, Rinwell. Hootle and Miguel's cat are both animals native to Dahna, right?
Right. And Zoogles definitely aren't.
Well, duh. Those things are too hideous to be from here. Not that owls are any better.
Hmm?
Ah! Ow! Ow! I take it back! I love owls! Owls are the best! I swear!
Hootle's pretty cute, I'll admit. But I've also been rather partial to cats, too. What about you, Shion?
Huh? Who? Me? Well, I guess... I like them both. Nothing. I didn't say anything. Either way, the more I think about it, I've never heard of anyone keeping Zoogles as pets.
Is it because Renans only use them for practical purposes?
Yeah, that could be the reason. They were originally created to serve as beasts of burden, so to speak.
Hey, can you guys quit standing around and get him to leave me alone? I'm begging you! I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now. We finally made it.
All right. Right. Always good to be back in familiar territory.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Oh, good. There you are.
You people again. You shouldn't be loitering around here. Don't force me to arrest you.
Think we've established you couldn't even if you wanted to.
What?
Law, quit it. We're not here to argue with you, Captain. We've got something to deliver to you. Here.
That's... That bracelet. Is that my brother's? Why are you giving this to me? I can't help but wonder what my brother is planning with all this.
I'm not sure. That said, I think he was being sincere about everything he told us back there. I've met a lot of good people fighting to liberate Dahna. And I got the same feeling from Miguel that I did from all of them. I think we can trust him. I think you're a good person too. Otherwise you would report on us and the Gold Dust Cats, right?
What makes you think I won't?
Because Miguel trusts you. And that's enough for me to trust you too.
You're a pretty unusual guy, Alphen. Do you go around acting like that everywhere you liberate people?
What do you mean?
Sorry, forget it. It's nothing.
Okay. Anyway, I think we'll find out more about what Miguel's planning soon enough. All we can do now is wait and see what happens.
I guess so.
I guess we just wait for things to kick off.
Yeah, looks like we'll be staying at the inn another night.
Oh, it's Zare!
Hold on. She's got something tied to her collar.
Oh, she left.
It happens tomorrow. They want us to meet in that underground quarry.
Then we should prepare while we still can. We'll spend the night here at the inn again. Well, this is it.
Yeah. What angle is the Lord gonna take?
That depends on Miguel. Let's hurry to the quarry.
Next petition! Step forward!
My lord, please hear my humble request.
Who goes there? Halt! Is that Miguel? The traitor?
Guards! Don't let them get any closer! His Excellency's life is in grave danger! Kill them all at once!
Wait.
Stay back, Your Excellency. It's too dangerous.
Enough. He cannot harm me. Nor, I think, does he intend to do so. Isn't that right, Miguel?
Indeed it is, Lord Dohalim.
I have heard many a rumor about you, but I suppose we'll have more time for those later. You have made some rather interesting friends.
He has something he wishes to show you. We are here to make sure he does.
And what could that be?
Please, my lord, you needn't give these miscreants the time of day. I shall personally...
Silence, Kelzelik. I wish to speak with them. Please, you were saying.
It's what's in there, my lord. Have you ever walked all the way through the quarry, my liege? Right to the other side?
Now that you mention it, I don't believe I have. It's a Dahna medical facility of some kind, is it not?
I think you need to see for yourself, my lord. All I ask is that you witness this before you pass judgment upon me.
Then witness it I shall. Kisara? This man is your brother, correct? I would like to ask that you personally escort me while in there.
I should warn you, what lies ahead is fraught with danger. You should all take care and stay on your guard as we proceed.
Danger? What could be so dangerous about it? It's a regular workplace, isn't it?
You'll see. Please, I ask only that you trust me.
Sounds like you all need to rethink your medical facilities around here. Hospitals are supposed to be safe.
Quite. Kisara, let's see what they have to show us, shall we?
As you wish, my lord.
Your strength is appreciated. With you, we can all breathe a little easier.
I didn't realize you held my strength in such high regard.
I meant what I said before. Anyone who tries to fight you will have a hard time of it. How long have you been wielding that enormous shield?
Ever since my first job as a guardsman. Our duty was to stop any attack dead in its tracks, then take all that momentum and turn it right around to smash the attacker.
But why bother blocking in the first place? Wouldn't it be better to just dodge the attack and hit back immediately?
Try doing that when you've got someone standing behind you that you need to protect. This shield is a symbol of our conviction as guardsmen. Every time we successfully block an attack, our fighting spirit only grows stronger.
So what you're saying is that, unlike Law, you can actually take a hit.
I'm right here!
This area right here is where the real Heart of Darkness used to lie in Menancia. It wasn't unusual for the holes we dug in this earth to become our graves, and for the stones we mined to serve as our tombstones.
That's right. I can remember it so clearly. I remember how the adults used to describe this place. Like it was setting foot in the gaping maw of a monster. But anyway, that's all history now.
It is. All the bloodstains on the rocks, the still air, the constant stench of death. We're very lucky that it's all in the distant past. The smell of sweat and debris still hangs in the air. But at least now the Dahnans of Menancia can live with joy in their hearts. And it's you that we have to thank for this, Lord Dohalim. We would never have come so far if it wasn't for you.
Magal, why bring all of this up now? What exactly is the point?
I just wanted to remind us. I think it's important that we remember how precious the rights we enjoy under his lordship's grace truly are.
But I still don't get why...
You'll understand soon enough. For now, I simply want you to keep what I've said in mind as we continue our journey.
It's teeming with Zeugles. Are they kept here as some kind of deterrent?
Not that I know of. This is where the spirit vessel is housed, so it's no place for beasts. What's going on? Where are all the laborers?
You're the only one who doesn't seem in the least bit surprised. Perhaps you'd care to enlighten us?
All in due course, my lord. But first, just a little bit further. Once we reach our destination, everything will become clear soon enough.
Fine. As you wish.
I noticed your shield just appears out of nowhere whenever you need to use it, just like Shion and her gun.
Does it use the same Renin transferal technology too? Don't you need astral energy in order to use that?
You do. Obviously, I can't cast arts myself, but I'm equipped with a device that has the necessary energy charged into it. As long as I'm using the device, I can call forth my shield whenever I like.
Equipment charged with astral energy isn't all that rare.
So basically, there's nothing special about Renin technology that prevents Dahnans from using it?
No. But as you might expect, normally they'd never be given any of it in the first place.
It's not as if just anybody gets to have it here. You need to earn Lord Dohalim's trust before you're allowed access to it.
What makes you so sure he's not bribing you?
Rinwell.
I'm just being honest. It's not normal.
I can understand why you'd be skeptical. However, Elda Menancia truly has transformed and evolved from the sort of realm it once was.
Yes, she's right. And that's exactly why I...
Miguel?
Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll explain more once we arrive at our destination.
Wow.
You're being charged. Give me a shout.
Right. Thanks for the help.
Raging
Water,
Captain!
the bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Laser spear! Fierce evil!
Aim for the weak spot.
Their arts were interrupted. I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara!
This... Leave the charges to me.
Tiger Blade! Raging Captain!
Wiper!
Freeze Laser!
Mirage!
Feel!
You're mine! Try harder!
Far enough.
Lightning Orb!
You're mine!
This one is
Rising
mine.
Wiper!
Lightning
Rising Focus!
Spin.
Thunderblade!
You're mine!
Tiger Blade.
Destruction!
Burning Blood! Hear my call!
I'm gone.
Raging Captain!
Take this! Rising Cat!
I'm out of ammo! I'm all stopped up!
Far enough.
Water!
You're mine! Rising Wiper! Rising Focus!
Raging Captain!
Here I come! You're finished! Try harder! Not again! Rising Wiper! Not again! You're finished!
Fierce evil!
This one is mine.
Art steel! Lightning condemned!
Tiger Blade. Far enough.
Mega ray! Do it!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
Whoa!
An opponent like this could be easy.
Let the marksman handle this. This one's mine.
You're mine!
Here's evil. Where are you going?
Be careful, everyone.
Going in.
This one isn't normal.
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Lightning condemned!
Not flying free! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Rising Wyvern!
Not a chance. You're finished. Mirage!
Shining now!
Get! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! There!
My turn!
You're mine!
Mega Ray!
Going in.
You're mine!
Nothing gets by me!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Xion.
All right.
I didn't know you could use arts like that.
Yeah, but still, what's with that smoke and these Zoogles around here?
This is...
Divine streak!
You're mine!
Are those rocks that spin?
Here I come!
Dance in the wind!
You got flyers!
I've got far enough! Let a marksman handle it! The stockpile!
All yours!
Lunar Seal!
Rising
Tiger
Falcon!
Blade! Lunar Blast!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
You're mine!
Shut him down.
Not on my watch! Tiger Blade!
Take this!
Hear my call!
Rising Wyvern!
Spread! More with that Glacial Spear! Pierce your brain! Here!
Kisara!
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone! Dance in the wind!
My
One
turn!
more! Air thrust!
Everyone still in one piece?
Yep. I barely worked up a sweat.
How long have they been mining this place out?
Since before I was born. Or so they tell me. Probably for decades.
That long? I'm impressed the place has never caved in during all that time.
Hi, Hoodle!
You're mine!
Going in!
Lunar Escape!
Hear me! Flame of Fury!
Rising Wyvern!
Water!
Rising
Zero
Wyvern!
wall!
Take this!
Tiger Blade! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Take this!
Light Astral
Rising Wyvern!
Lunar Blast!
You're finished!
Going in! Go get it! One more!
You're mine!
Dance in the wind!
You're finished!
Shield! I'm ready! More for the stockpile!
You're finished! Rising Falcon!
Glacial Spear!
Here I go!
Now! Tiger Blade!
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
You managed to pull through.
No choice! I'm not done!
Here comes! Desperate spin! Far enough! Glacial Spear! Great! You have to aim for the bright area on their back!
Here I come!
I'll be saving you!
Take this! Aim for the weak spot!
Here comes!
Rising!
More of that blade! Reload! Thunder Blade! Phoenix
You're
Blade!
finished!
Reload! I'm out!
Rising Falcon! Crush!
Watch him! In here! Stupid astral energy! Just do what I say! Let me help! Thank you!
I'm not done!
Raging Cascade! Tiger Blade!
Rising Falcon!
Speak now! Here, let me help! First aid! Where was that came from? Lightning Descent!
Rising Wyvern!
Going in!
Mirage! You're mine!
Flame of Fury! That is your dream!
Destruction!
Lightning Descent!
Rising Falcon!
Lunar
This one is mine!
Take this! Destruction! Try harder! Not a chance!
Blade!
I'm not done! Rising Wyvern! Rising Falcon!
You're
Here I come! Rising Wyvern!
Sleep now!
Now! All is freely!
Take it down!
No escape! Rising Wyvern! You're finished!
Looks like we got them all.
Well then, let's keep moving. Forgive you! Here I come! Raining slash! This one's mine! Freeze laser! Here I come! Here's a healing art! You're finished!
I'm practically unstoppable.
No more playing nice! I'll be saving this way! Tiger Blade! Rising Raging Cascade! Gemini Aqua! Tiger Blade! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming Wildfire!
Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! My turn! No escape! I owe you one!
Light up the Ghostly Darkness!
Lightning Wyvern! Rising Falcon!
Here's a healing arc!
You're finished!
First aid!
You're on! Rising Wyvern! Take this!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Everybody okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
Whoa!
This place is a lot more complicated than I expected. Is this the right way?
Yeah. That's far enough!
Here I come! You're mine! Rising Wyvern! You're finished!
Water! Hear my the weak point!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you! No escape!
None will escape my grasp in the wind!
Take this! It's on! You're mine! It's over! Take this! Rising Wyvern! You're on! It's over! Here I come! You're on!
Astral energy! Full throttle! Go!
Not a chance! No escape! Here I come! Burn in hell! You're mine! You're finished!
Mega Ray! Photon Blast!
Here I come!
Make it way!
We did it! Here I come! You're finished!
That's better.
Rising
This one is
Falcon!
mine!
I owe you one!
Tiger Blade!
Severing wind! Rising Falcon!
Raging Cascade! Laser Spear! Piercing the dance in the wind! Air thrust!
No escape! You're on! I owe you one!
Now!
You're finished! River!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Everyone hanging in there?
Are you on alert for your brother? You needn't worry so much. He's not the type of man to act rashly.
Right.
Whoa!
Gotta break
Here's
through!
a healing arc!
Rising Falcon!
Water! Here's a call!
You're mine!
Confiscated! Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
You're on!
Freeze Blazer! Lightning Condensed! Charger
This
Blade!
one's all mine!
Sighted!
Rising Falcon!
Take this!
No escape! Severing wind! Rising Falcon! Here I come!
Steel! This one's mine!
Take this! Rising Falcon!
Raging Cascade!
You're mine!
Hear my
It's
call!
over! You're on! Rising Wyvern!
Fury!
Rising Falcon!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Any injuries? Looks like we've arrived.
This is the way to the medical facility, right?
You'll see. Let's keep going.
So there really is an underground lake here. Tell me, where is the medical facility?
It's not here. In fact, it never even existed in the first place.
But I've seen people carried in here with my own eyes. Where could they have all gone?
The answer is right in front of you. You need but open your eyes.
What do you mean?
Are you trying to say that they all drowned in this lake?
No. They're just what you see before you. What's left when matter ceases to be matter. Perhaps the scale is throwing you off. Let me show you what I'm getting at.
What?
No way. It can't be.
So then, this entire lake is...
Yes. All this is the hollowing.
I still don't follow, Miguel. What happened to your hand? And what is this hollowing you speak of?
This is what I wanted to show you, my lord. When a life form's drained of its astral energy, its physical form breaks down completely, a death leaving no physical remains. All that's left is a reflective substance, the only proof that matter once existed at all. That hollowing is the substance that fills this lake.
This whole lake. How many people? How many Dahnans?
You actually expect me to believe all that? That an astral arts illiterate Dahnan would know of this unseen atrocity? And that I, a Renan lord, would have no knowledge?
I have one last piece of evidence, Lord Dohalim. This is a fruit of Helgen, the cause of all of this.
What are you doing, Miguel?
Here is your proof, my lord. Proof of the bounds of your knowledge. Proof of the countless Dahna deaths under your watch. No, they were not merely deaths. Those Dahnans were completely erased. And now, the only testament is that lake of hollowing.
Miguel!
Someone close to you is behind all of this. This person is amassing huge amounts of astral energy. You have to stop them. You're the only one who can prevent Menancia from returning to the living hell that it was once before. I beg you, for the future of the utopia you have created, please stop them. Don't let your dream die just as it's become a reality.
Wait a minute, I don't know if I...
Miguel! Miguel! Miguel!
Forgive me, Kisara. I'm sorry. It was the only way I could open his eyes. I didn't have much time left anyway. Please, help our Lord Dohalim to make our greatest dream a reality.
Miguel? Miguel?
Stop! Stop! That voice! Make it stop!
What is this? His master core is going berserk!
Miguel! Miguel!
I know all you want is peace, but we need your help. We gotta get him under control.
Damn! As if he wasn't already strong enough!
Pray forgive me this, my lord.
Far enough! Right!
Jasper, speak!
That rock is huge!
Watch out, everyone! My turn!
Sleep now!
Right here!
Lord,
One more!
Tiger Blade!
You'll pay for that!
Thunderblade! Tiger Blade all day! Here, let me help! Dance in the wind! Here, this one's mine! I'll be saving this one!
Take this! Rise to the...
Divine! Here goes! Going in!
Here I come!
Tiger Blade! Dance in the wind! Let the right astral...
Look shot!
Dance in the wind! And...
Shot! There!
Tiger Blade! Razor Spear! Never by me! Here, let me help!
I'm not done! Burn in hell! This one's mine!
Dance in the wind! Tiger blade! Love is in that burning strike! More with that this one's mine! Razor shield! Tiger blade! Dance in the wind! Air drop!
Rising Viper!
Raging cascade! Here!
Rising Viper! I'm not done!
Lightning
I'm not done! One shot!
Light after lightning attack! There! And again! Mega! I handle it!
Take it!
Powered up!
You're finished!
Hands and red! Got air!
Rising Falcon! Take it!
Tiger blade! Deny your dreams!
Try harder! Stay away from my friend! Rising Falcon! Try harder!
Look out for the charge attack!
Nothing gets through me. This I swear.
Here's evil! Freeze Tracer! Here, let me help! Tiger blade! Raging cascade! Mega ray!
I'm not Try harder! My turn! Rising Viper!
No further.
He stopped moving! Get it now!
Please forgive me.
Thank you.
Rising Falcon! You're mine!
Lightning attack!
Tiger blade!
Searing blade! On your own!
Try harder!
A new leaf
My
on
turn!
life!
I'm not done! Here I come!
Come on! You have to hold on.
This one's mine!
Rising Viper! Try harder! My turn!
Hard up!
Here I come! Rising Viper! Rising
Lightning
Falcon!
orb! Here's a healing arm! That's it!
Take this! Rising Viper!
Tiger blade!
Try harder! My turn!
With darkness! Go! It's over!
Try harder! My turn! Rising Viper!
Divine! Reload! I'm out of ammo! Tiger blade! Lightning attack! Here's a healing arm! Here's cascade! Cascade! Searing blade! Tiger blade! Here's a healing arm!
Denied!
By the power of raging tiger blade!
It's over!
I'll be ready to spin! Dance in the wind!
Tiger blade!
Here! More moon of
Take
eruption!
this! Rising Viper!
Think with darkness!
Tiger blade!
Rising
I don't have much left.
In here.
Lord Dohalim!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclops!
Are you all right? What was that just now? I understand this is a lot for you to take in, but Miguel trusted you.
Impossible. I have no such power. Truth be told, I never wanted this. I never wanted to be a lord. However, competing for a position in the crown contest was required of me, and in the process, I took the life of a dear friend. The life I took and the bloodshed, the hatred that it earned me. It was far more than I could ever bear. But the screams and tears of the slaves, they would reawaken my memories of that day. The memories of my friend's scream, and the tears of the one who mourned him. I couldn't take it any longer. I didn't want to remember.
So that's it? That's the real reason you freed the Dahnans? Just so you wouldn't have to listen to their screams?
Wait. So everything you've done...
Precisely. It was simply to distance myself from all the pain and death, all for my own selfish ends. And if it made everyone happy in the process, well, then that was just an added benefit. Or perhaps I truly did believe in those ideals at one point. But living up to them was never my aim.
Impossible. Your dream of coexistence? The ideals that you always championed? So you're saying that everything you stood for? You're saying it was all just a self-obsessed lie? Tell me it isn't true, Lord Dohalim. Because my brother believed in you in your dream!
Forgive me.
So this is who you really are?
Stop!
Let go! Let me go! Let me go!
It's enough, Kisara!
Let go!
Stop!
I'll tear him apart! I swear
Are you trying to ignore your brother's dying wish? He entrusted you with his dream!
Just kill me. I'm nothing. I am but a shell of a man now. I'm just a pitiful coward who shrank from his duties. I would only ask that you make it quick.
This man... This is the person my brother died for. And for what? For what? I need you to get out of my sight right now. Go, before I change my mind!
Are you feeling any better?
Yeah, a little. Thanks.
What are we gonna do now?
I still have unfinished business with Dohalim.
He's a world away from the Lord Balsef was. There's no need for us to fight him, Shion.
In case you've forgotten, I don't—
Guys! I think something's going on outside.
Kisara! There you are!
What's happening?
Kelzelik has started an insurrection. He's driving all of the Dahnans out of the palace.
What? Has he lost his mind? What about Lord Dohalim?
We don't know where he is, Captain. We thought maybe you would.
No, I don't. I haven't seen him since we were inside the quarry.
Damn. Well, either way, I wouldn't go near the palace. Any suspected Renan sympathizers are being arrested on sight. This whole thing is a powder keg about to explode. Best prepare for the worst.
I guess not all of the Renans here like the idea of coexisting with the Dahnans after all.
So this is it. This is the real Menancia.
Are you giving up?
On what? This realm is already finished. It perished along with my brother's dream.
That's a shame. And I guess all the people who believed in that dream are on their own out there, aren't they? Not all of the Renan sided with Kelzelik. There's still hope, Kisara. Your brother's dream is only dead when there's nobody left who believes in it. Am I wrong?
You're right. I'm going to the palace. I need to see what's happening there with my own eyes. What are you all doing?
I thought it was pretty clear. We're coming with you.
I appreciate the thought, really. But there's no need for you all to get involved in this.
Dohalim said it himself, right? All of us. We're liberators.
Thank you.
Will things be okay in the city?
I'm concerned about that as well. But for now, let us get to the palace.
Right. We'd best clamp down on things at the source before they get out of control.
The fact the enemy's holding themselves up tells me they're not exactly happy to see us.
Then we'd better go in prepared for whatever welcome we get.
That was nothing.
We have to stop Sir Kelzelik.
Don't you think it's about time you drop the sir?
He always treated us Dahnans with such warmth and kindness. Did he have such bad intentions all along? I just can't bring myself to believe it.
Forget about intentions. We should assume he's the one who's behind all these incidents. It's not surprising to me that there are Renans in Menancia who resent Dohalim, but I didn't expect one would be so close to him.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I guess all of us here in Menancia are still some way off from being a truly united realm, aren't we?
Are you going to be okay, Kisara?
I don't know, but I definitely don't want things to end like this. Please, lend me your strength.
Of course. Anyone who tries to oppress others is our enemy, and we'll gladly stand against them. Besides, I want to believe that this realm really can do better too. I thought we'd see fighting throughout the city, but it's dead quiet.
Either Dohalim's allies have been arrested, or they're keeping a low profile.
Meaning the rebels are occupying the palace? Then let's hurry up and kick those bastards out. This place is awfully quiet for a siege palace.
Such a huge place is spooky without all those people here.
They're probably waiting to ambush us.
With so few Renans here, I guess this is what it's like when the Dahnans are expelled and the ruling minority are all that's left. My money's on them using Zeugles to even the odds.
I don't even see any Dahnan guardsmen.
The fact that they're not at their stations tells me they really have been driven out. We all swore an oath of loyalty to Lord Dohalim. My fellow guards wouldn't abandon their post lightly.
Speaking of which, where the heck is he?
How could this be happening?
Any idea where we should go in the main building?
Let's try the Lord's chamber.
Worth a shot.
Hey Law, you can bust that wall open, can't you?
Well, let's give it a try and find out!
You sure about that? From what I hear, that thing can stop even a cannonball.
On second thought, let's see if there's a release mechanism somewhere.
Kisara, do you have any idea just what Kelzelik might be planning at the palace?
It's hard to say. I've never seen him use any powerful arts, and I don't think he's particularly skilled with any weapons either. However, I have noticed him accompanied by something strange from time to time.
What kind of strange?
I don't know. I couldn't see anything with him, but I could sense something was there. Probably some sort of Zeugle.
An invisible Zeugle?
We'd better be careful in any case. I'd rather we not find out after it jumps us and tries to rip our throats out.
That's far enough!
For my lord!
Going in!
It's over!
This one's mine! I can read your moves like a book!
I see one, eh?
Still!
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Rising Wyvern! We did it!
Its
armor's too strong.
Split it open.
Be my guest.
Maybe this one.
Time to let it rip.
You're mine! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
On guard! I'm ready! That's it!
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
We're not finished!
Raging Cascade. Here's evil.
Here I come!
Look sharp.
You're finished! Rising Wyvern!
Going in! On guard!
You're mine! You're finished!
Going in! By the spin!
I'm not done!
Tiger blade!
Lightning Raging Cascade.
No escape!
Let me help.
Take
More
this!
than the same.
Tiger blade!
Here I come! You picked the wrong fight! My turn! I'm not done! Rising Wyvern! You're mine! You're finished! You're mine! Rising Wyvern!
Do it. Sion, astral energy, full throttle. Go! I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
You know, the more I think about it, this palace is way too big for its own good.
Tell me about it. Plus, where the hell were these soldiers and Zeugles all this time?
Normally, the Zeugles are kept in specialized training facilities and only get let out in cases of emergency.
Like this one, for instance? Give me a break.
I won't forgive you.
Now you're mine! Rising Wyvern!
So much for talking it out. Piercing six coming! Piercing roar!
Here I come! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet and...
They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
carve through walls! Take this! Rising weapon! Make it rain!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Hear me!
Now! Take this! Far enough! Rising weapon! It's over!
Raging lightning! Sleep now.
Rising weapon!
Healing art.
We're not finished! Severing wing!
Tiger Blade! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa! General Alpha!
Now, listen! Astral energy! Full throttle! Go! My astral energy!
Look sharp! Take this! It's over!
Take this! Redwell! Astral energy! Full throttle!
I need to be stronger.
What is this?
That's far enough!
You've got spirit!
Shattering the pieces!
Attack Aqua! Annihilate more! Mega Ray!
This
One for the range
Here's a
attack!
healing art!
Rising Falcon! Mirage!
Searing flame!
You're finished! Tiger Blade! You're mine! It's over! You picked the wrong fight! Take this!
Here goes annihilation!
Tiger Blade! Pull back! Sword Rena Alpha!
Now!
Rena!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Everyone still in one piece?
Yep. I barely worked up a sweat. This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
Engaging!
Lock and load! You'll have no mercy!
Bring him down! Not done! Rising water down!
Hit out! Lunar
Take
This
this!
one's longer!
You're finished! You're mine! Rising water! Rising smoke!
I'll be safe
Take
from
this!
this one!
Rising wyvern! Mirage! Fire support! Take this! How about this? Searing gale!
Make it right! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I feel sprightlier than before. Is that some kind of note the rebels left?
Hey, it mentions the release mechanism we're looking for. But
This isn't enough to go on.
I won't show you any mercy! I see what it is! Damn it, get it!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
No! You're Here I come! You're finished! Mirage!
Here's the dance in the wind! Air hitting! Sleep now! I'll be saving this
You're
one!
mine! Double Demon Fang!
Take it! Go! Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops!
You managed to pull through.
Right.
Right.
looks like some solid equipment.
Tiger Blade! They really do! You're late!
Now you'll learn!
Tiger Blade!
Double Demon Fang!
Take this in here! This one's mine!
Captial!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Water!
Here I come! It's over!
Glacier!
You're on!
Seems about right to me.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Bring him down! Alpha! Laser
Thunder Field!
Fire! Double Demon Fang! You're like this!
I'm the true gunslinger around here.
Escape! Win! Lunar Rondo! You're on! Fire in the hole! Fire support! Here I come! Win! You're mine! Lunar Rondo! Fire in the hole! Take this! You're finished!
Tiger Blade!
No escape!
Here's a healing
Double Demon Fang! Take this! It's over! Therefore...
Everyone's still in one piece?
Let's end this and get a bite to eat instead.
You'll pay for what you did!
You got spirit!
I'll do my best!
No down!
Lunar corruption! Wind astral energy!
Let's cut our losses.
I think this is a key to the noble room of the castle.
A noble what?
The room at the northern end of this floor. Maybe the release mechanism is in there.
Forgive you!
Here I come!
Fight you,
It's over! Demon Fang! Severing wind!
I'll have to take my revenge on you!
Engaging! Double Demon Fang! Laser Sight! Try harder! No chance! No escape! Report! It's almost too strong! Be my guest! Now! Here I come! Severing wind! Lunar Roto! It's over! Mirage! We're not kidding!
Flame of Fury!
Severing wind! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Better!
Jump!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
We managed to pull through.
Right, here goes!
Now you learn!
You're mine!
Freeze laser!
You're mine!
This one's mine!
Crazy
Take this!
In here!
Demon Fang!
Sleep now! I'll be ready to
Demon
go!
Fang!
Now! Frozen!
Hammer! No chance! Double Demon Fang! Win! Mirage!
Now! I'm astral energy! Full throttle!
All right. There are enemy forces here, too?
They must be predicting our movements and deploying accordingly.
So they figured we were coming all along, is that it?
Look! Another note from the rebels.
If we combine it with the note we found before, then there should be a key inside a cabinet in the office.
Great. Let's see if we can find it. Even if Dahnans and Renans aren't on completely equal footing here, both sides still cared about each other. And now we have to fight some of those same Renans inside the palace.
Don't forget, we're here fighting to keep what makes this realm so special alive. Don't lose. So, Kisara.
Lost!
Now you'll learn!
Confiscated!
I'm done. I won't fight just for the sake of it.
through!
I see one, eh? I can carve through one! My dear!
Here, let me help.
Burn it hell!
Take down that sentry! Oh, my lord!
Double demon fang!
It's almost too strong! Then I'll split it open!
Be my guest!
Here goes! Here's the healing art! Tiger blade! They're about to be interrupted!
You're mine! Double demon fang!
Ready to go!
We're not finished!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
You're mine! Shut him down!
This one's healing art!
Demon fang! Win!
This one! Do it!
Take this!
Astral energy! Full throttle! Go! Here I go! Going in!
You're mine! Sword Rena Alpha!
Going in! That's it!
You're mine! You're finished!
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Dance in the
My
wind!
turn!
Seal! Release! On guard! More for the
Take
sun!
this!
Flaming meteor!
You're finished!
Ray!
Reverse win! Here I go! Lunar Rondo! Take this!
Shining
Double
Citadel!
demon fang!
Raging
Double demon fang! Reverse win! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Mount!
Fire support!
Lunar Rondo!
Dazzling Spin!
Mirage! Take this!
Tiger Blade!
We're still standing. Barely.
Did that finally get rid of the wall?
To think they would hide it in Lord Dohalim's personal quarters. The nerve of these people.
They won't get away with it for much longer.
That's right. We have to hurry to the Lord's chamber. Let's go.
Well, well, if it isn't the slaves and the traitor. I don't remember giving you permission to enter the palace.
So it's true. You really are the one behind all this, Kelzelik.
I don't remember giving you permission to speak either. Know your place, slave!
Now we see his true colors.
Yeah, a despicable excuse for a human being. Though really, I guess that makes him pretty ordinary, huh?
Kelzelik, you were Lord Dohalim's most trusted advisor. His closest ally. Why would you betray him?
Don't be a fool! I didn't serve him because I wanted to. I expect a mere slave would know, but there are many powerful contenders for the position of Lord. A contest of strength determines the one who will be Lord and undisputed ruler of a realm. There is no choice in the selection. If my master had any ambitions of becoming the sovereign, I would have gladly served him.
But he had no intention of fighting for the crown.
Indeed. Can you slaves even imagine how that looked to the rest of us? Enduring the whims of an ambitionless lord, all we could do was wait for the end as we suffered through our humiliation.
You want suffering? Try being Dahnan for a day.
So you plotted against Lord Dohalim in secret. And when my brother found out...
And I would do it all again if it meant returning Menancia to its rightful state! A realm where Dahnans are slaves and Renans their masters. It's the natural order.
Enough! Who are you to decide what is natural or rightful, traitor? Miguel, my brother, he dreamed of building a world free of suffering. He gave his life for that dream. And all you've managed to build is a lake of death! You killed my brother. And now you'll die for it! My brother's dead because of you!
Why should I concern myself with the passing of one pathetic slave?
Have you no shame?
It can hide itself? Amazing!
Go for the weak point! We got your energy! Lightning charger play!
I don't feel so hot.
You should sit this one out there.
And miss all the fun. No way. Swampy!
Vanquish darkness! Recover! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Double Demon Fang!
Divine strength! Resuscitation! Here's the healing art! Cover the caster! Ready to go!
Double Demon Fang!
In here! Stay!
Vanished again?
Listen carefully and keep your eyes peeled.
Here!
Double Demon Fang!
First aid! Tiger blade!
It's too much!
Swampy!
Stay away from my friends! You're mine! Double Demon Fang!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Take this! You're on!
Train harder.
Seal! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Tiger blade!
Resuscitation!
Not done yet!
Reload! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
I can handle it.
Resuscitation!
Double Demon Fang!
By the power of
I'm not done! Take this!
Tiger blade! Here, let me help!
Double Demon Fang!
Here's a healing here! First aid!
Take this!
Tiger
I'm
blade!
not done! Double Demon Fang! It's over! This one's all mine! Any more of this and I'll turn out!
Tiger blade!
You're mine! You're finished!
This one's mine!
Here I come!
Take this!
Win!
Tiger blade!
It's over!
Into the shadows!
You're mine! Double Demon Fang!
Raging cascade!
Going in.
Let's go! In here!
Down! You're on! Double Demon Fang! Severing wind!
Crescent moon!
You're mine! You're finished!
This one's mine!
Win!
Tiger blade!
You're mine!
Lunar blast!
My turn!
Guardian seal!
You're on!
You can use it!
Going water! Hear my call!
This one's mine!
Tiger blade! Thunder field!
Look sharp! Double Demon Fang!
Evil spin! Thunder blade! Freeze lantern! Ready to go!
Look sharp!
You're mine! Double Demon Fang! Win!
This one's mine!
Tiger blade! Here
I'm
goes!
not
This
done!
one's mine!
Can't move!
Come on! You have to go on! Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Not done yet!
Photon dance in the wind! Field!
Piercing roar!
Here I come!
Supernova!
Over?
Going in!
Photon flash!
Take this!
More where that came from! Flash! Dance in the wind! Field!
let my guard down.
Poodle.
My brother's dead because of you!
Why should I concern myself with the passing of one pathetic slave?
Have you no shame?
You're finished!
Tiger Blade!
Double Demon Fang! Severing Wind!
This one is mine!
Burn in hell!
Judgment Spin!
Take this! Double Demon Fang! Here I come! You're finished! You're mine!
Take this!
Double Demon Fang!
It vanished again?
Listen carefully and keep your eyes peeled.
Here I come!
Double Demon Fang! Tiger Blade! Here,
Try harder! My turn! You're mine!
First aid!
Double Demon Fang!
Guardian Field!
You're mine!
Here, ready to roll!
You're mine!
An outstanding
Severing Wind!
Reload! This one's enough!
Annihilation! Searing flame! Reload!
Severing Wind!
Let me help!
Here I come! Lunar Rondo! Mirage! Double Demon Fang! This
I
one's
never
all mine! Double Demon Fang!
Far enough! Still! Sure!
Blue Escape!
I'll fix you up!
Double Demon Fang! Take this! I'm not done! This isn't looking good! Sword Ring Alpha! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me
Guardian
help!
Field!
I'll cover you!
You're mine! Burn!
Appreciate the help!
Take it! You're
Here, let me
finished!
help!
Double Demon Fang! Take it! It's over!
Hear me!
Flaming meteor!
Double Demon Fang!
Spear! Here's the evil! Freeze Laser! Crescent Moon!
Take this!
Time to
Double
shine!
Demon Fang!
I'll be saving you! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Not in your dreams!
You're finished!
Tiger
Demon
Blade!
Fang!
It's weakened!
Take this! This ends now!
Lightning
Take this! Double Demon Fang!
Look
Here I come! It's over!
Desperate Spin!
Lunar Rondo!
There's a healing arm! Thunderblade!
Nothing gets by me!
Here I come!
This one's
You're
mine!
finished!
Steel Force!
Lunar Rondo!
Tiger Blade!
You'll pay for that!
Photon Raging
You're mine!
I'll bring you back from death to
Double
victory!
Demon!
An outstanding...
Thunderblade! Here's a healing arm! First
This
aid!
one's all mine!
Light energy!
Burn!
This one's mine!
To the wind!
Take this!
Piercing roar! Here, let me
Double
help!
Demon Fang!
First aid!
You're finished!
Wind Astral!
Tiger Blade!
I'm not done! Double Demon Fang!
Far enough!
I'll bring you
Time to
back from
shine!
death to abyss!
Here
I can't heal you forever!
Blue Escape!
Do it!
Demon Fang! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! You're mine!
Astral energy!
You're finished!
This one's mine!
Take this!
Judgment
Double
Spin!
Demon Fang!
Reinforcements incoming! Not a problem!
Here I come!
Tiger Blade! Laser reveal!
Try harder! Now!
That move!
Take this! Here comes the big one! I'm not feeling so great. It's on! Try harder! Ignite!
Tiger Blade! Gaia's Supernova! Raging Cascade! What will be with me? Annihilation! Searing Flame! Reload!
I don't feel so hot.
You should sit this one out.
I miss all the fun. No way.
Reload! I'm out of ammo! I'll smash you! Here goes!
You're mine! Blue Escape!
Lightning Orb! Raging Cascade!
Double Demon Fang!
Gemini Aqua! Dance in the wind! By the power of water!
It's over?
Just what the doctor ordered! Reload! Sleep now! I'll be saving this one! I'm out! Here goes! More where that got from! In here! By the power of water!
An outstanding effect.
Lightning orb!
This one's mine.
Lightning condemned! Thunder blade! It's over!
Tiger blade.
7 on... Raging cascade!
Look shot! One more!
Tiger blade!
It's over! Double Demon
Ready to go!
Fang!
Burning!
Make it red.
Kisara! Frozen!
Hammer!
With darkness!
You're finished!
Going in. Laser revealing.
Here's the evil!
Tiger blade.
Go get lightning blaster! Thunder blade! It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Denied.
I'll show you just how strong my arts really are! Take it now! Flame of fury! Burning!
Piercing roar!
She likes to handle water! Dance in the wind! Air blood! Dance in the wind!
Not today!
This one's mine! That's it!
You're mine!
I'll be saving this one!
You're finished!
Look sharp.
Photon
That's it!
More where that came from!
Take this! You're
Air
finished!
blast! By the power of lightning!
Tiger blade.
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
You're mine! Double Demon Fang!
Where are you going? Lightning
Here I
orb!
come.
Spear! Here's evil! Thunder blade!
Try harder! Not a chance! Double Demon Fang!
On guard! Fade with
Over.
darkness!
There!
Steel force! Young? Escape my judgment!
Stay away! My friend!
More like this!
An ast... Art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down! We've got him on the run!
Don't get cocky!
Right. Still anyone's fight.
Seal! Lunar blast! I'm all stopped up! Annihilate! Let the marksman handle this!
Try harder! Not a chance!
Here it comes.
On your toes, everyone!
This one's all mine!
Here's a healing art! Raging cascade! Here, let me help! Spread! Steel force!
Take this! You picked the wrong fight! Take this! Double Demon Fang!
Wind astral energy! Dance in the wind! Not in your dreams!
You're finished!
Let me at him.
Double Demon Fang!
Thunder blade!
Here I come! I'm not done!
Tiger blade.
Here, let me help! Raging cascade!
I'm not done!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Light astral! Deeply let me help!
I'm ready to go.
Divine annihilation! Mega ray!
Far enough.
I'm all stopped up!
Take this!
Tiger blade.
Double
Wind
Demon
astral
Fang!
energy! Raging cascade!
This one's
Pure
mine.
evil! Reverence! Frozen! Hear me! Flame of steel!
Denied!
Can't end here!
You may be angry.
Not done yet!
That was a bad idea.
Take power of water! Wind astral
This should do it.
energy
Tiger
blade! Searing flame! Reload! Searing flame! Reload! I'm out! I'm all done! Try the power of water! Tiger blade! Hit! More with that hammer! Now! Ringwell! Frozen!
Hammer!
You filthy slaves are despicable!
Your dreams of attaining lordship are no more. Give up, Kelzelik.
Attaining lordship? Ridiculous. Only those who possess a master core can become a lord. What, did you think just anyone could do it?
But then, what were you trying to accomplish with this? Didn't you betray your lord?
Yes, that's true. However, there are other lords.
Other lords? So you mean...
At last, the truth is revealed.
Dohalim, where have you been this whole time?
Cleaning up. Kelzelik, you've made your last of these.
The fruit of Helgen?
They can't be. You found my production facility?
Correct. And I tore it down. But something still troubles me. It's clear that this is no ordinary fruit. Nor was the equipment used to grow it. You couldn't have done all this without outside assistance. Indeed. Something like this must have come from another realm. Tsar, perhaps?
You actually expect me to talk now? At this point, the contest for the crown will be over soon enough. And you will finally receive the punishment you deserve for your weakness.
I've already received my punishment. May this be my final act, as the Lord of Elda Menencia. Go. To Mahak Sar, Ganeth Haros, wherever you think you'll find a suitable lord.
Are you all right with this? He killed your brother after all.
He did. But then I thought, he's nothing more than one common, ordinary Renan. He's not worthy of my time or my anger, right?
So after everything, was the dream of coexisting just a dream?
What is that?
Those are the cheers of the brave Dahnans who overpowered Kelzelik's forces.
Wait, they challenged the Renans?
Indeed. A militia made up of Dahnan guardsmen, Renan supporters, and of course, the Gold Dust Cats.
Do we have you to thank for bringing them all together?
Regardless of what your original motivations were, your dream of coexistence saved countless lives. And now, those people out there are fighting to keep that dream alive. That's something real.
Be that as it may, they do so now by their own hands. These people no longer need any lord.
Where are you going?
To put an end to the crown contest. So long as its madness persists, peace will remain ever out of reach. I cannot allow it to continue.
The crown contest impacts far more than just the Dahnans. You're choosing to fight Lenegis and the entire Empire.
I am well aware. However, if I wish to keep this dream from dying, then I have little choice in the matter. Besides, It's the least I can do.
So you're gonna go out there and make that dream real on your own?
You may be decided on your path, but that doesn't make it any less difficult.
Why not walk that road with us?
Pardon?
You heard me. We're fighting to liberate the Dahnans. You're fighting for the people of this realm. I'd say we're on the same path, really. It would only make sense for us to walk it together.
Dahnan dissidents, side by side with a Renan lord? Not the least intriguing invitation I've received. An invitation which would only be proper courtesy for me to accept.
I'll take that as a yes.
Hey, where'd Kisara go? I don't see her anywhere.
Maybe she just needed some time alone. A lot's happened.
That makes sense. She did just lose her brother after all.
We ought to keep moving as well. So long as there are lords who draw breath, we have a mission to complete. Kisara's a big girl. I'm sure she can handle herself. We should hurry on ahead to our next destination.
I guess you're right. And it is a lot safer here than it was. What do you think, Dohalim?
I am not sure I have the right to say anything as far as Kisara is concerned.
Fair enough. Well, I, for one, would like to say goodbye if we get a chance. Let's keep an eye out for her as we leave.
What's Kisara going to do now?
I'm sure it's complicated for her.
Where did Kisara run off to?
You don't think she took off after Kelzelik, do you?
No. Nagal entrusted her with his dream. She wouldn't do something reckless like that. Right now, I think she just needs time to think. What she does from here on out is up to her. She has to be the one to decide.
You all arrived here from Cislodia, yes? In that case, you should depart via the south gate, rather than the one you arrived through.
After all that, Kisara never came back to see us.
I'm surprised she slipped away without us noticing. Where would she even go? I hope this place survives. You think the Dahnans and Renans have a chance of getting along? We didn't really do much to change things around here, did we?
This realm had its own walls to overcome. And in the end, it was the people themselves who decided to break them down, without any help from us. I hope they keep going. I really do.
Yeah, well, if you say so, I guess. Huh?
All right. I leave command of the Gold Dust Cats in your hands.
You've got nothing to worry about, Kisara. I'll do your brother proud.
Looks like it's time to go. Take good care of Zare for me. All right, Legil?
You've got it. Stay safe, Kisara.
Did you come to say goodbye?
Actually, I was wondering if you could use another companion.
Huh?
Well, we certainly don't mind you coming along. We just figured you'd stay behind and help rebuild. These people could use you.
I thought much the same thing. However, in the end, something changed my mind. Ever since Miguel died, I've been thinking a lot. About where I went wrong, what I should have done differently. You know, that sort of thing. It's true that our dream of coexistence saved many Dahnan lives, but we were naive and short-sighted. I was so wrapped up in my idea of how things should be that I didn't see the problems that existed right in front of us. I thought we had been given a utopia. And so I never bothered to look too far past its surface. I chose to be ignorant. And because of that, because of me, my brother...
Miguel's death wasn't your fault, Kisara.
Perhaps you're right. But in the end, it was me he entrusted this dream to. I learned that nothing in this life is free, or gained without sacrifice. Now that I know that, I'll just have to figure out what else I don't know.
So, decided to join us?
I have. And hopefully I can continue to protect Eldaman and Sia from outside the dream world, for the sake of those still inside.
And here I thought you joined for an opportunity on my life.
In all honesty, I'm grateful to you. I truly am. I don't blame you for what happened. But I must also leave your service. No longer will I be defined by protecting a Renan lord. From now on, when I fight to protect my dream. All I ask is that you do your part, that you fight alongside me, not just for those who used to believe in your dream, but for those that still do. Dohalim.
I understand. I'm no longer a lord anyway.
Well, this crew just gets bigger and bigger. All right, where to, team?
We make for Mahag Sar, the Valley of the Four Winds.